All right. Bro, what is happening? I don't know what's going on, guys. I like the emoji talking. That's kind of fun. But I don't want this to be a thing. Hey, welcome back, D-Roll420. I remember you from yesterday. Oh yeah, I unplugged my mic system. Apparently my mic died, even though it was on the charger all night. These things were good. They have good sound quality, but it seems like they're pretty inconsistent with some stuff. So sound's back. Now we're going to work on chat, because I really do like hearing from you guys. So we're going to go ahead and attempt it. Is it a deal breaker if you guys... Okay, let's listen. How loud is this? Would you guys prefer this be muted? If you want me to mute it, do uh, I don't know. Give me like a thumbs up if you want me to mute it. How loud is that? Can you guys hear me at all? There's lots of stuff to work out with this live stream, with this particular setup. Also, I found a knife that I forged like forever ago, and I just never ground. So it sounds okay, or... So thumbs up if you do want me to take the sound off. If you want me to mute it for you guys. And I'll just pop in occasionally and chat at you guys. It's really weird that the text isn't working. Effect picker, stickers, retouch, highlights, green screen flash, settings, chat filter, all messages. Try chat now. Maybe I figured it out. Hear the birds? Wow. It's actually a really pretty day. I mean, it's a little overcast, but... Okay, so we will turn the sound off when I start grinding again. Without that mic, it's not going to cancel out the noise very well. So we're just going to grind on. We'll get back to the grind, as they say, as the kids say. You'll see me work on these knives, okay? Yeah, I don't know why, Sarah Jack Johnson, I really don't know why it's not letting the alphabet thing happen. We're going to communicate through emoji. I think YouTube's messed up right now, because I have all chats enabled. I have the chat enabled. We're just going to... I mean, I'm not going to be able to talk to you guys anyway, so it's kind of an opportune time for that to happen. We're just going to keep grinding on these knives. Quietly. I'm going to... Yeah, it's YouTube. Yeah. Gotta love YouTube. So, I don't mind YouTube. I actually haven't decided which side of this one I'm going to make into the blade, because it has kind of a tilt, and it's already quenched, I can tell. Just the way by the way that it looks. You can tell that it's quenched by the way that it is. But I'm gonna figure out which side of this I'm gonna grind. But right now we're just doing profiles, so we're just cleaning up the outsides, and then we'll start working on the actually putting in bevels. So I'm gonna turn the sound back off. We also have this old Thor's hammer I found while I was working. I'm gonna even this up a little bit, get rid of this, grind this entire thing off. I was going to cut it with an angle grinder, but I'm not going to do that. So we're going to get back to put our knives back to the grindstone, as they say. We're going to center that. I'm going to scoot you guys over a little bit, and I'll check every once in a while to make sure you guys are okay. And yeah, we're going to get back to them. I'll put you on mute. we have had some technical difficulties. Oh, hold on, it keeps trying to change it to horizontal orientation. So I'm gonna. Oh, that's what that smells. My neighbor's burning his leaves. So my big fat butt bent my chair. Oh, time to lose weight, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn you guys around. Oh, F in the chats for that chair, guys. I mean, I could bend it back, but I'm not gonna be able to sit in it anymore. So we gotta figure out a chair. How to know if you're too big. You sit in a chair and it just gives up. Don't tell my wife. I'm just gonna take a chair from the kitchen. Welcome to my house, Shayla Mystic Forge. Gosh, keep trying to take you guys a horizontal. Get a good old oak chair. Gosh, yeah, he did his service. I've been sitting in that chair a lot. Time to go on a diet. I thought it was leaning back a little bit much. I thought it was last night too, even. All right, we persevere though. Oh man. Back to the grinding. I'm gonna flip you guys around. All right, we'll get back to it. My bad, guys. I didn't know the sound was still on. Is that why you're sending the YouTube button? All right, I'm gonna put it on pause. My bad. Or not on pause. I'm gonna put it on mute. Oh, my bad. I should turn that off first. I really like the shape of that. Putting in like a swedge, like a little false edge, because the cut marks from when I was cutting this kind of bleed into the side, so we're going to grind those out. I have read some messages I've gotten outside of YouTube. Apparently it's a YouTube glitch. That is the reason no one's able to chat. Yeah, so that's fun. So yeah, we're just going to continue kind of grinding into shape. I see all the YouTube say, oh, adding random accent letters works as a workaround. Hey, good job, Magician Slothful. It's not very slothful of you to take the initiative. So you're talking about like the like in jalapeno, like the little ticks over some of the letters, like over in, like the little squiggle. That's interesting. That's really weird. I've never seen that glitch. But yeah, I guess if you want to chat the chat, thank you, Plundershot, for the pirate flags. Heck yeah. Star. See, look at you guys. You guys are getting it. I had no idea. It's really funny that, you know, because I'm technically employed with YouTube and Google. It's really funny that they didn't, like, send out an email or anything. And I had to find it out from actually doing the thing. Kind of funny. Alright, we're going to get back to the grind, as they say. And by they, I mean me. And several times this live stream, plug my phone back in, get you guys some energy. So I'm going to put you back on mute. We're going to start grinding some more. Excuse me, I need to find a file guide that I have inside. What that does is it's a hardened piece of carbide that you put across, and it lets you grind all the way up to that point, and it will not grind into it, and it lets you get really nice straight lines. But we're going to get back into it. I'm going to put you guys on mute so you don't have to listen to the sound of this running again. And talk to you in a minute. So this one's kind of a Skinner. Here we go. It's got this bump here. I can't remember if I left that in on purpose so you can just, you know, very easily get in. My hunter's out there now. You know, it's got a nice little thing there. It rests really well on that finger. I think I'll leave that in. Maybe I'll accentuate that a little bit. But this one is quenched already, I believe. But not tempered, I believe. The reason I stopped grinding on that Thor's hammer is because it's like super hot. Scoot a little closer. Ah, there we go. Hunched over like a shrimp. I know a shrimp. Well, let's see. So I think we're going to start on the blade for this because I have forged it pretty thin. So we'll start on actually putting the bevel on here. But I'm going to have to stop every once in a while to let it cool off. So you'll see me switching. The rest of these, I don't have to do that with because they're not quenched with the exception of this one. Actually, I'm going to work on this one. I think I want this to be the edge. I'll make this the edge. Have a nice little rounded one. We're doing plenty of straight edges today, so we'll do a little curved edge. Show you guys how I do that. Might have to change this belt out here in a minute. But we're going to profile this, get this going good, and then we're going to go ahead and keep trucking on. Quiet time. I'm actually going to get a little container of water because having to like set them down to cool them off is going to take forever. And I would prefer to stay in the flow. Grinding bevels is a skill set all on its own. I might experiment with a horizontal screen. I know there's a number. Wow, I'm really dumb. I rinsed this out. I'll experiment with some horizontal stuff here in a little bit. Because I know some people watch at home. Oh my gosh. Alright, we're going to do horizontal. Let's try that out. That's what it wants to keep doing. Oh, it's locked orientation. Okay. My bad. So we're going to scoot our whole operation over a little bit. We're going to set that guy there. And we're just going to occasionally dunk a knife in there. Just to cool them off so it doesn't ruin the temper. There's only 2 knives I need to do that with, but all of them will burn me if they get too hot. So we're going to work on this wee little guy first. It's just going to be a little carving knife, so doesn't need to be anything crazy. All right, I'm going to turn the sound back off. Alright, so, hey, welcome, Violet Visions cat. So you can see how the edge here, it's kind of leaning over this way. It's also pretty much got an edge on it, so I was doing it this way, so the belt goes this way. But I'm going to, now that it's got an edge, I'm going to flip it around and do it this way, probably mostly on this slack belt. This is where you get really aggressive because it's got this back on here. But this will give it more of a convex edge. It won't be such a sharp angle. I like to give them convex edges, most of my knives, because it makes for a sturdier edge. But I'm going to try to see if I can get this lean out of it. I need to grind back here. I need to grind up here, essentially. And then grind on this side to kind of push that edge back to where it is supposed to be. So I'm going to go ahead, plug you guys back in. We're going to get back on that. Thought I would give you that little tip. All right, back to quiet time. So what I'm doing here now is I'm going to establish where the blade starts, because I need to get rid of this bump back here, or else it's not going to fit nicely in a handle. So, oh yeah, the reason that you don't want to go against the direction of the belt with a sharpened knife is because there's a chance, especially on this bit right here, there's a chance that you could catch that and cut the whole thing, and then while it's spinning, it just shoots out the top right at you, and it really sucks. That's why also I'm wearing safety glasses, just in case something like that happens. Plus the spark shooting at you, you never know if you'll take a chip off the edge. But I'm going to go ahead and even this up. That's the beginning of my blade. I'm going to go ahead and even it up back here. It's kind of already a conveniently placed mark, so we'll just kind of go ahead and get that straightened out. Well, that's always fun. So I made a little oopsie poopsie. Ground the tip off. I think it'll be okay. I can definitely save it. I'm going to bring down this back just a little bit, but you can see even where. Yeah, that should be able to be savable. Oops, that's what I get for yeah. Plunder Shop, how are you able to post your how are your messages getting through but no one else's? But yeah, I was just trying to I was like, ooh, it'd look really cool if there was like a secondary bevel coming in and it went bzzz. This grit's way too high for that. I should have been using like a really fine grit for that. But you know, you live and learn. I mean, this one's just a little cheap carving knife made from some old springs, so I'm not too invested in this. It's really weird. Look, won't focus, focuses. Won't focus, focus. Is that making you guys like nauseous yet? I just realized I could like verbally abuse you guys, and you guys can't do anything about it. Nerds. So I saved it, but I got that tip a little too hot. That's how you can tell. I like the way that looks, actually. I mean, not the burn, obviously. But you can see, let's see how much detail I got on here. Right about there is perfect. You can see those temper colors coming in. That's why it's important to keep your blades cool. The tip's not super important, especially on not like a small carving knife like this. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and it's not perfect. It's still got like a little bit of a lean. But I'm going to go ahead. I think I've spent enough time on this guy. I'm going to go ahead and start working on the other ones. We'll fix this at some higher grits. But we got one pretty much profiled and ground in. I think I'm going to put a Spanish notch on here because it's got that weird little spot. Spanish notch is let's see if any of these have it on there. Of course not. It's a thing you'll see on some knives. Of course not. It's like you'll have a blade, something big like this especially. It'll have like a little half circle cut into the beginning right here. That's called a Spanish notch. Looking nice, thank you. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and what do we say we throw a new belt on. Oh my gosh, yeah, we're gonna, so you loosen this guy, or tighten it more like, you can just kind of spin it. I used to just turn the belt sander on and let them run across the workshop, but I don't do that anymore. I've evolved. By that, I mean I'm right in front of it. That's 200 grit. What did I do with my 60 grits? Was I just using a 60 grit? Does anyone remember? Oh my gosh. I believe these are them. I believe I was using 60, yes. So the lower the grit, the more aggressive it is. You see it says 60 in there? And then it has these convenient arrows. That's to show, so my belt sander goes this way. So you want this coming from the top. You want this to go in the direction that it travels. And if you're interested in this belt sander, this is a 1x30 belt sander from Harbor Freight. It was $29 when I bought it. Harbor Freight's really hit or miss on their tools. This is the same one I bought when I first started knife making 10 years ago. I don't know if they still have... Sorry, just doing tests there. Don't know if they still have this model. But, yeah. So we're going to start grinding in some bevels on. We'll do this guy next. We'll finish the little Skinner. And maybe I'll do, forge. I need to go get my file guide. This tang's also looking pretty wonky. Maybe we'll grind out some of the wonk out of there. Alright, back to quiet time. So the rest of these, I'm not gonna get them to like an edge like the first one I did. Where did it go? Where did it go? There it is. This guy, I'm gonna have to reheat him and move this back a lot more. It should be a lot more straight like this. Like this one's already pretty thin on the edge. I still have to quench this. It may be too thin on the tip. I might stick some clay to help keep it from doing that. I usually like to keep my bevels pretty chunky. I'm just kind of establishing routine. Hey, thank you for the coin, Deed Coin. Appreciate that. Not really sure 100% how those work, but I appreciate it anyway. But this is the subscriber giveaway knife. I pretty much forged this one perfectly to shape. I just need to like clean up here, which I will wait for the file guide to do that. This is going to be a really interesting knife when it's done. I'm thinking a nice walnut handle on it. Well, it's got, you know, really nice, it'll be a completely through tang, because I'll have plenty left to peen over, make a really nice knife for somebody. It's always really funny, because when I make a knife and I know it's good, because I want to keep it. Because I use knives quite a bit. So these guys have a lot of weight to lose on the edge. So we're going to jump on these, and we're going to get these pretty worn out. So we're going to go ahead and jump back into it again. It's getting pretty dark. I don't know what time it is. 6 o'clock. We got about an hour before I have to stop. So I'm going to get back to it, quit jibber jabbering, and hi and welcome everyone. We're going to be doing some more grinding. So, alright. See you guys in a little bit. Alright, I gotta adjust my, see how this side's sticking out too much? I keep catching and messing up the edge of this. Don't have an Allen key easily available. So we're just gonna go with the handy dandy Leatherman tool. You guys are seeing it live. I think the whole thing, this thing's never really been even, if I'm being honest. How hot is it? Yikes, pretty hot. We're just gonna try to scoot her over. I think that's good enough. Good enough for government work. I think we need to tilt. Look at that, chat. Bella, bellissimo. I just need to tighten it without moving it. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, Sass Hope Tresky. Sass Hope Tresky. Sorry if I'm not saying that right. I'm gonna call you Sass. Oops. How are you? Oh, that was the wrong way. Duh. guys are kind of in my way, honestly. Oh, I moved it. Oh well. It's better than it was. That's what matters. Okay, it's not wanting to move. That's not wanting to move. Call that good. Make sure she still runs. Almost. A little bit better. Oh, sorry about that. Let me turn that sound back off for you guys. This is right about where I like to keep my tips, thickness wise, before I quench. You know, pretty robust. It didn't even go to the end on this side. Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts. Might have to make it a little thinner actually. Guys, I think it might be getting a little too late to be doing this. You know, technically the noise ordinance doesn't start until 7, which is only 6:20, but it's also dark. I feel like I'm being rude. I could take it inside. I might do that. I mean, I've made a lot of progress on these. We're just trying to get a little bit of a bevel established. But I don't want to thin them out too much. Well, I mean, this one can just be completely done, but I need to take it back to the forge to reheat the tang to move over. Let's see. I think we're gonna probably call it on the grinding. Maybe we'll go do something else. Maybe. I don't know. With the chat being broken, it's kind of eliminates half the purpose of the live stream, which I like doing the live streams just, you know, to chat with you guys mostly. Yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe we could, I would say we could finish this guy up, but that would still require me to run my grinder. What do we think? Oh yeah, I guess you guys can't really answer. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. Just because I don't want to be rude. We made progress. I really wanted to get to this big guy today. But that did not happen. But I think it's just a little too late to be out here making all this noise. A lot of my neighbors are older and I don't want to disturb them. I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? It's really funny because I know if I had like a really, I'll let you guys see what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm stacking these this way, but it's very pleasing to me. Stacking them by size. But if I had like a $2,000-$3,000 grinder, I'd have been done already. But this little 1x30, you know, that's the best one I got. I've got like a bigger one, but it's bad. Finish it. How is it, Plunder Shop, that you're the only one who can talk? And no one else has their talking hat on. I don't know, maybe I will go in and grind. I just got set up in there. It's just kind of cramped where I usually grind inside. I don't know, here, let's plug you guys real quick. Turn you guys around. Look at my mug. Mug Root Beer, the channel's next sponsor. Let's see. I don't even have my flashlight on me right now. Forgot to turn the garage light on like a goober. Oh, man. I could set up right here. It's just kind of cramped. I kind of got a bunch of stuff in the way. Stuff from renovating our kitchen. Win it in the challenge. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I commit to the knife is going to be. Whoa, I don't remember drawing this. I found a doodle of one of my doodles from probably my childhood. It's like a robot alien wolf bug thing. Yeah, I guess we'll try. Oh, I need to sharpen this spear anyway. I've got 2 of these spearheads I need to sharpen. I can get that done real quick. We already grinding, so let's see how I'm gonna do this. See what it looks like right here. Yeah, this is where I grind. maybe I'll like set up a different little area for it inside. I also don't want to cloud up my garage too much with metal dust. So these are done. All these done. I pretty much only have these really thick ones. I pretty much just have these three left. This one's almost to where I want it for the quench. I'm just going to quench it and then grind the rest of the way. I could use an angle grinder and make this take like a third of the time, but the edges won't be as pretty. Move flammable stuff out of the way from over here. There's the other spear I need to sharpen, so that works out. We'll go ahead and sharpen these as well. Those need edges. But we got these last three. I think I'm going to do on the medium-sized sacks I was working on. The witch finger is what I'm calling it. I think I'm going to do some cool file work on it. Oh my gosh, can you see stars? Oh, it's the moon. Hey, you can see one star at least. Crazy. Alright. You guys talked me into grinding. Getting on that grind. Gotta move some stuff. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts if I don't move. I've got like these pieces of wood I was stacking out here. It's gonna get in the way. I definitely need a workbench. There's a lot of stuff I need. So we're just gonna get back to it, I guess. Angle grinder for life. The moon is weird. Hello, hey, Depression Talk. Welcome, Rob. Apparently, chat is working now. At least for some people. That's pretty cool. Say some more to me. Speak. Speak, chat. Speak. Oh, I was kidding. Sorry, I'm wiping a bunch of metal dust off. Oh, I think I zoomed in. Whoops. About time. Yeah, it's YouTube is I don't know what they're doing. And my flashlight's dead. Whatever. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and grab. What was I grabbing? I'm gonna grab this bowl of water. We're gonna grab my battery. That's what I needed. Streaming kills the battery pretty quick. But yeah, it's cool. I'm glad YouTube got that fixed. Hopefully, I miss being able to talk to you guys. It's kind of bumming me out, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna have the same setup basically. The water's gonna sit a little further back. Sorry, it keeps trying to tilt you guys to the side. Let's see, we charging? Perfect. Switch you guys around. I think I'm gonna turn the sound off. Gotta shift you guys over a little bit so I can actually see what I'm doing. Hard to hit that balance between you guys being able to see and me being able to see. All right, here we go. What do we think, chat? Now that you guys can actually maybe talk. Got this cool Thor's hammer. I'm going to obviously forge this bit over, turn it over, have it be cool Thor's hammer. I'm thinking about putting some texture on that side. I don't know, make it kind of like look like rock. We'll see. I think I also might want to put in some like copper wire wrap on there too. We'll see. Still got to do some forging on it, so I think that's just about where I want it. Oh, it did get kind of deep right there. We're going to get that out real quick. I'm quite liking the way this is turning out. What do we think, chat? Can you guys talk now? I see you guys chatting, but pretty intermittently. I really like the faceting. I went too high on this side. I'll have to match it up on the others. Or maybe make that the back and this the front, because I like the way this one looks. We got any Norse pagans in the chat? Yeah, dig this one. I've made a couple of these. Never quite in this this shape. But I really like this shape, especially with the facets. I think that looks cool. I usually drill a hole right in the middle of these. Gosh, why is that not one to focus? Bear with me, chat. Anyway, see if that makes it focus a little better. But I usually drill a hole and then put a piece of rod over and peen it over in the middle. It has that nice little, I call it a spark. But I really dig this. All right. Hold on. All right. Back to grinding. So, that's a good question. So, typically what I do if I can't remember if I quenched a blade or not, um, I'll do a hardness test. But typically what I'll do to kind of keep that from happening is when I get done quenching it, I make sure to leave it a little oily so I can tell. Because one, if it takes me a while to get to it, it prevents rust. But you just may need to do like a little bit of a file test. That's what I would do. That's what I would suggest for your friend, at least. Yeah. How are we liking the POV camera, by the way, everyone? Is this everyone's jam? Do people like this? Like, I figured this would be a good way to test POV filming, especially streaming. Oh, thanks for the little hearts. Oh, heart. But it's a good way to test POV. Plus, I think it's just about the only way I could show you guys this. I think I'm gonna put a Hamon on this blade whenever I finish it. No, it's gonna be pretty dark, and I don't think you'll be able to see it. But maybe I'll probably do that just to see if it'll make something cool. Well, anyway, so I would just do a scratch test. Dig it for grinding. Sweet. I might try a wood carving one POV. We'll see. All right, back to it. It sure is good for the tight space. My garage, my workshop's pretty tight. Yo. All right. Bye. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I made a huge mistake, you guys. Oh, this is gonna end my career. Oh no. I left my Canada Dry outside. My automatic light actually worked this time. I'm sorry. Shh. Won't happen again. I appreciate that, Zero. I kind of like this. It's nice getting stuff actually done, but I definitely miss being able to, oh no, my sponsorship, no! What if I drink twice the amount of Canada Dry? Will you take me back? But I like getting stuff done. I feel like this has been a very productive stream. Alright, back to the grind. I think that's about as thin as I want to take this one for now. I do like to leave my bevel pretty low until I quench. Which the bevel is just this grind line here, this smooth part where that transitions. It's also why I like to leave my scale on, because like this dark stuff, I like to leave that on because it makes it a little easier to see where I've ground. I will bring this up higher. I'm going to probably have this one come up to right about here, but I like to leave that pretty stout and pretty short until I get it quenched, especially with a longer, thinner tip and stuff. It'll help keep it from warping. I've left the spine pretty chunky, but it's got a pretty good taper towards the front. It's really hard to get on camera. But I appreciate that underhoof. Appreciate you complimenting my, pretty much just my garage. Oh, I do kind of, it's kind of got like this hump right here. I think we're going to take that hump out before I set this guy down for the night. Because once this is done, once I'm done grinding on this, actually I might even like try to like have it kind of taper a little bit. I think that could look pretty cool. That's a lot of material to remove that way, but I'm also going to take the sharp corners off too, because it'll help prevent cracks. But I'm going to go ahead and keep doing that. I'm going to get this little bump out of here. It just kind of raises up just a little bit right here. We're going to get rid of that, try to taper it down a little bit more. And then we got 2 more knives to do. So I'm going to go silent again. I'm sure you guys don't want to hear the grinding. I am doing the, ooh, this one. This one's going to be for a competition. The handle is going to be really cool. I'm going to be calling it the witch finger. We're just refining the blade shape a little bit. I need it to thin out right through here. Oh, I guess I lost you guys for a second. But this one's called the witch finger. Gonna trim it down. Gonna try to bring this down a little bit because it's got kind of a bump and it's not really an elegant shape like I want it to be. So I'm gonna try to trim this down. Man, this thing's hot. Look at this. See the steam? Anyway, it's evaporating. Anyway, it's a warm blade right now. You'll have to take my word for it. I don't think the steam shows up very well. But we got this one. Then we're going to be putting the bevels on, this is the bevel on this one, cleaning this profile up a little bit more. And then we're going to be doing this big boy. I'm going to be refining the handle shape a little bit, and I'm going to be starting to put the bevel in on this one as well. But we're going to set these aside for now because I really want to focus on this one since it's for a competition that has a time limit that's coming up. But yeah, thanks for asking, Rob. Appreciate it. But I kind of like this. I kind of like how it's got this little swoop. Yeah, thank you. All right, I'm gonna put you back on quiet for now. I will respond to comments, but I'm sure you guys don't want to hear this. shoot, forgot to turn that off first. Yeah. She's getting warm, fellas. Welcome, Niham the rat. She's looking good. I wanna kind of have it come down even more. Ooh, that's pretty warm right there. Just putting some water on it. I just want it cool enough where I can hold it like that. Hello, Niham. All right. We're doing a grind stream. She's warm. All right, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to try to taper that. I want it to be kind of an elegant shape, but I also want it to be kind of brutal. You did make that, Niham the rat. Welcome, welcome, the only other artist who's contributed to my special stickers for my memberships. Yeah, I'll probably announce whenever we do our collaboration. Niham the rat has a YouTube channel as well. Fledgling. He's not quite done getting ready. He's doing the smart thing and prepping up a bunch of videos. But whenever he goes live, I will make sure to announce it because we are going to be doing some collaborations. Very excited about. It's going to be very different content than what I do on my channel. But yeah, all right. I'm going to get back to grinding. I got to get this work done. Appreciate you guys for hanging out, especially silently. So, to answer your question, Rob, you wouldn't want to heat and quench and heat and quench. It'll pretty much get as hard as it can get as long as you have a good quench and make sure that it's hard enough the first time. It should be fine. You ideally just want to only ever quench once because if you keep doing it over and over and over again, that introduces the risks of it cracking or warping. You get micro cracks sometimes whenever you quench. But yeah, you typically wouldn't want to do it over and over again because it could end up ruining your blade. But yeah, thank you. That's a good question. Yes, just once. Once is good. Yeah, I haven't quenched these guys yet. You don't want to grind them you don't want to quench them until you've ground most of the way through. Like this edge is pretty thin, or pretty thick compared to like the actual final edge it's going to be. Because if it gets too thin, like up here may be a little dodgy. Because it's so thin, it may end up cracking or warping or overheating. It does make it brittle. So if I quench this right now, Samurai Viking Sax would look awesome. Yes, it would. That would be pretty cool. But so say I quench this right now. If I took this out, you get it really hot, you get it up to critical temperatures, what we call it, and that's when it reaches just a certain point when it becomes non-magnetic, typically is your typical temperature. So that means that the steel will no longer be magnetic and everything. Pull it out, you quench it, you cool it down really quick. If I took this and then did that and then just smacked it on my anvil, it would shatter. But what we do is we temper it back. After we quench it, I'll put it, a lot of the times I'll just throw it. I have a toaster oven out here that I usually throw it in at 500 degrees for about 2 hours. Or I'll do a torch. I'll use a torch and heat treat it. But you want it to so I'm trying to think of a piece of metal I could demonstrate with on. But you want it to be, for the edge, you want it to get to a bronze straw color. And on the spine, you want it to be a blue color. It'll change colors based on the temperature. Yeah, oven for a while. Yep, for sure. You'll send me some sand my plunder shop. Heck yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Heck yeah. I have not really done much forge welding. All right, but I'm going to get back to the grind. Alright, gentlemen and ladies, if you're there. I think that's just about where I want it. I think I do want to still take some off back here, but I'm not going to work on that until I even up. I'm going to pretty much, that's hot. I'm going to pretty much put a line right across here, and this is going to get ground down, this is going to get ground down. It's going to be like, and then come out straight. But that's about where I want it till I quench it, but I'm really liking the shape of that. It's kind of like a buoy, kind of like a buoy and kind of like a Viking sex, which a Viking sex is this shape. But yeah, we're gonna start working on. Actually, I think the big knife. I don't think we've even touched the big knife today. Nope. So we're gonna go ahead and put these somewhere a little more stable, actually. But yeah, no problem, Rob, on that. Great question. I love talking about that stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and work on this. It's kind of got that same weird little clip point. It'll be kind of like the big brother to this knife. Very, very similar profiles. Damn near identical. But this one's just a lot longer. Maybe I'll make them. Maybe I'll make a match. That'd be pretty cool. All right, back to the quiet time. All right, I gotta tell you guys about this experience. So being a parent is really cool, right? Love being a parent. But I have Miss Rachel is like this YouTuber who does like content for little kids. Um, I have this stupid song about bubblegum stuck in my head. And that's what it's like being a parent. You just sometimes you listen to kid music and it gets stuck in your head. It's really, really irritating, really frustrating. Usually I listen to really loud music in my shop, but don't think I'm allowed to do that when I'm like monetized and streaming and all that. I think I'll get copy striked. All right, back to it. I had to share that with you. I'm sure my parents out there that are watching understand. I like the rustic look like it is now with the polished blade as a contrast. Yeah, I do too. I really like the, ooh, that's really hot. But yeah, the really rough look, really rough forge. But yeah, this is the one from the forging competition the other day. One fun thing is if I try to come in and do this, it's I can barely get like the whole blade in. She's pretty hot, so we're gonna cool her down because I am gonna be holding the handle. I'm gonna get this little bumper here where it kind of comes up. How hot is that? Pretty hot. Ooh, but I really like the way that comes in now. Nice and smooth. Really locks the finger in. I think I'll be able to do fine work with this too. I might try to use this for a one-tool survival challenge here in a little bit. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put you on mute again. But yeah, I really love that too. The way it looks when it's, you know, super, super rough. You know, that rough forge. I mean, this scale's probably got to come off for sure. But yeah, that nice polished look. Brute forge is what they call it. I've left this tip very, very, very thick. I don't want to take it much thinner than this, especially back here. I'm going to leave this extra thick as well for when I quench it. But I just kind of wanted to clean up the profile. But if you thin it out too much, it will warp whenever you quench. So leaving it thick will, one, help it keep from warping. It'll kind of get like a potato chip curl. Also, if you leave it pretty thick, if it does get one of those warps, it's not a huge deal to grind it out. It leaves you extra material to grind out. But yeah, we're just going to keep refining the profile. I've got like a weird bump right here I want to get out. I don't think I want to touch the tip very much because, I mean, it's pretty thick. This guy's pretty thick. Until it gets to the handle, it thins out a lot. But, I mean, I want it forward heavy because it's a chopper, so I kind of did that on purpose. I've never done one where it was really thin back here and then really thick up here. And I think that'll kind of lend itself well to being a one-tool option. So being able to do really fine tasks back here while being able to chop and do stuff back here. So fine, robust. It's kind of what I was going for with this. I think that's just about where I want it. We're going to do some more refining. Heavy handle, light handle. Light handle, I don't know. I might do a, because I mean the balance point's probably right about here right now. So if I put a handle on it at all, it's already going to move it to about here. So it's going to have a pretty good. How much of the blade will I polish? It's hard to say. I kind of just go by my gut whenever I'm doing them, by whatever I feel like. Typically what I'll do, because I will do, let's see, I have one out here, I'm sure. My flashlight's dead, dang it. Sorry, I got this screen that fell out the other day. Let's see, this one should still have some on it. This one's kind of a bad example when it comes to polish, but even if I polish it, you can see it's like bright up here, but dark back here because I blew it. It's kind of hard to tell. I put too close of a mirror polish on. This one might be a bad example, but there you can see it there. How it's dark in the back and light on the edge. Yeah, I'm going to do pretty thick pins. I think I'm going to do, I got some 1/4-inch rod out here. I'll do that. Dang it. Oh, that was just enough. Here's an example. Which this was my first knife I ever made. Now see, that's even kind of, yeah, the edge is very shiny, but the rest of it's dull. But this was my former last biggest knife. This one's got it beat by about maybe 1.5 inches. I do like the mirror polish on the edge too, and it's functional. Like it, so I won't, like it's functional because if you put a mirror polish on the edge, it will glide through material easier. But thing about leaving like this super rough stuff, like I mean, because it's literally just an oxide layer. I could probably, yeah, there we go. I can pry it up. But this will actually catch on material. Like if I'm chopping through wood, which I tend to do pretty often, this will catch on there and keep it from going through as well. But I do want to leave this one primitive for the most part. So I usually, for that primitive look, I'll usually, you know, polish the edge really well. Love to see at least 10 millimeters. Yeah, heck yeah. But yeah, I think this one's going to be really pretty. I think they're all going to be pretty nice. I'm going to keep this one just because the handle's a little wonky. And I would like to use this. You know, now it's my biggest knife. I needed a big, good chopper anyway for my bushcraft stuff. I'm going to keep this one too. But that's just because this one is for a knife design I've been thinking about for a long time. It's mostly handle design, but it's going to be called the Witch Finger. It's going to be super, super, super cool, I promise. This plain Viking sax is probably going to be up for sale. That's wrong. That's a different one. That's someone else's. That's Benadryl Hatman's knife. Not the sax, but where did I put the rest of them? Oh, they're over here. These ones. This one's the giveaway knife. You see it's got like that false fuller and it's got some decorative engravings. This one will go up for sale. This blacksmith style knife. This Skinner's going to go up for sale as well. Can't keep them all. Yeah. 3-day vinegar bath. I actually have a whole thing of ferric chloride I usually leave them in. But a wire wheel works too. This Puko-ish style knife, I need to still straighten it out. This tip needs to come back and be straight back, but this one's probably going to 0. He expressed interest in it, so I may just sell that to him. I think that one's spoken for, but yeah. Whew, made lots of dust. I think I'm pretty much done with grinding, guys. What do I do now? I can't keep them all. Yeah, I know I can't keep them all, but I can keep 2 of them. Oh, and that little, I'll be keeping that little carver too, because I burned the tip on it. I don't like to send out burnt tip knives. You see my pile of stuff. Saw a curved blade once that Ron made, homemade 1970, but he sent it to Lions. I think he sent it to Lions. It was beautiful, very cool. Yeah, I definitely want to make some curved knives too. My problem lately with those, dang it, my flashlight is dead. Oh, it's really irritating. Hold on. You guys are gonna come with me on an adventure. I didn't realize how much I use my flashlight until it's dead. How's that for an angle? Just keep my flashlight battery charger right here, so we're gonna swap her out. Always keep a live one in the barrel. Oh man, perfect. Well, I could show you my Cyberdeck. Got a Cyberdeck here. I'll just bring them out. Alright. Swap you guys around. Curved on one side, convex on the other side, but perfectly flat edge. Oh, beautiful. So it's a Scandi. I know what you mean, yeah. So this is a Cyberdeck that I made. Doesn't have a battery in it, but that little screen, it's a computer. There's a little computer built into it. That's a fan back there. It's made from an old clipboard box. Oh no, the magnets are picking up all the dust, but yeah. I made that. What does it do? It's just a computer. A really bad computer, basically. It's like a laptop, but worse, but it looks cool. Yeah. I have another one that I've made. And that's this one. Cyberjank. I think this one's probably got battery. I actually did my first giveaway on this one. They're just kind of like inspired by the cyberpunk genre. They're like little computers for that. Oh, I guess it's got the battery. I actually have to turn it on. This one runs off of... What do I use them for? Basically nothing. They basically just collect dust, but I make them because they're cool. I haven't made one in a while. This is my last one. Oh. Did I turn it off or on? Yeah, but basically gathering dust. And annoying my wife with all the components I have leave sitting around. I think... Oh, there it goes. It should take a second to boot up, but they're pretty neat. They're pretty spiffy. Maybe I turned it off just now. Hold on, my bad. They're very, this one's literally built off of, this uses as a brain, it uses a, I did like a really, really terrible, like, green splatter paint on this one. Forgot to ask you about the computer. I have not had a chance to mess with it, really. Unfortunately. But I did get all my monetization stuff figured out, so the priority was a little... There it goes. Oh, I have to have a mouse, an external mouse hooked up to this. But yeah, look at that. It's not showing up as yellow as it is in real life. Okay. Oh, the battery is like dead on this one. So we'll leave that. Let the battery charge it. Which one's the screen? That one's the screen. So this one will charge the internals. This one uses Samsung DeX, and it also uses Raspbian. I had like started building these, so I'd be like motivated to learn like coding and like Linux and stuff. I was like, well, if I have a cool looking little mini computer to do that on, I'll do that, and then I could carry it to work. I have another one, but it is currently broken. My daughter broke it. I think it's probably the coolest form factor, but let's scoot over this pasta sauce. Let's see. Let me kind of like push it back together a little bit. This one's not functional at all at the moment. I definitely don't have a battery for it. But there's this guy. The keyboard is snapped off. None of the stuff's plugged in. But yeah, there's the screen, the tiny keyboard. It's like a laptop, but worse. My big old 2X hands. Wow, my hands are really dirty. I don't know about clever. This one's built out of a toy. I actually I don't know why I flipped the camera back. You guys don't probably want to see up my nose. I guess we could just BS for some time. Maybe I'll move outside so I'm not breathing in so much heavy metal dust. Prop my door open for a while, let it air out in here. I need to get a filtration system. Well, it's pretty dark out here. Oh yeah, it's gonna prop my door open. My bad. But yeah, I have a lot of hobbies. I'll kind of get into like hyperfixations. Kind of goes in with the whole ADHD thing. Or autism? I don't know, whatever. One of those things. I got something. Undiagnosed. Oh no, I am diagnosed with ADHD, but yeah, I think we're gonna kind of set you guys up. Get you guys off my head. Oh. There we go. You see all my piles of crap back there. It's mostly like outdoor survival stuff. The hell with labels. Yeah. Need $8,000 to pay for CDL school and cover my rent. Outdoors. Oh, hold on. Let's see, what else does it say? Mystic Forge finally goes outdoors. Yeah. Hey, I was outside for most of my stream. I was just being too loud. Bothering the neighbors, I think. But yeah, we're Mystic Forge indoors right now. This is where it all happened. This is where I shotgunned the Shrek soda. Brother, we all need 8 grand. We sure all do need 8 grand. May all of you receive 8 grand unexpectedly without someone dying. Don't want to put that evil out there. Because one of your guys' aunts will die or something, and then you'll blame me. And I'll be like, no, I said some sort of stipulation. I do that. Let's see. Would be rad, heck yeah. Whew. What a productive day. Ready to quench all this stuff. I mean, I guess there's no reason. No, I need oil. I need to replace my oil. I was going to say there's no reason I couldn't go out there and. Because I'm not going to be doing any forging, so it would be pretty quiet. I get hyper focused on stuff, then the thing that takes too long to complete, I lose interest. That's not so much the case with me with the losing interest if it takes too long. Here, I'm kind of turn this way. I'm more just kind of like, I don't know, like, so for a long, like right before I started doing the YouTube channel, I was really big into like retro handheld gaming, and I'm starting to get back into that now. But I'm still gonna keep doing my other stuff. But usually I would be like, okay, I'm gonna be outdoor guy for a while, and then I'd be like, okay, well I'm gonna be blacksmith guy for a while, and then I'd be wood carving guy for a while, and then I'd be, retro game collecting and handheld repairs. For a while, or cyberpunk or cyber deck building. I would do all those things for a while. I only ever get hyper focused when I was on Adderall. Wish I was still on it when I was recording today. Heck yeah. We'll have to get together, Niham, and discuss when we're gonna film that episode. My schedule's open. I'm still a bum. Also, Depression Talk, we also need to get together and discuss when we're gonna do our collaboration. I'm planning a finish forge and quench. Yeah. Woo-hoo-hoo. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was a good one. Hunched over like a stinking shrimp all day. Oh, man. I really want like a dedicated workspace. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell, but my garage is pretty rough looking. You can see like the hanging bits of like tape from the insulation that we had to tear down. Because when we moved in, there was some mice issues. Tomorrow, heck yeah. Did you hear that good pop? Buddy. But yeah. It's funny, I have almost exclusively, pretty much exclusively except for Danks. In my live chat right now, I have exclusively other YouTube channels, 2 of which I'm going to collaborate with. 3 of which I'm going to collaborate with. Plunder Shop, Depression Talk, and Niham the Rat. You seen my workshop? Yeah. Mine's pretty, I pretty much just have a walkway. I'm like, look at all that crap. I've got toolboxes, I've got propane tanks, it's all just kind of pushed out. Random boxes, this random, like, really nice oak table I just want to repair. I'll drop you a message on Discord. Heck yeah. Yeah. I'm down. I'm down to clown, in fact. But yeah, I need to, like, I don't know, I need a workbench, honestly. That's like my biggest hang up. I have that welding table outside, which I just got at Welder, thanks to cameraman Joey. Do I have Vox? Oh my gosh, I forgot Vox existed. I do not have Vox. I had it like 10, 15 years ago. Land Rover in your workshop? Yeah, I'm pretty jealous of your Land Rover. That thing looks cool. I love Land Rovers. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Empty your garage. Yeah, well, it's not just about emptying, and it's about organizing mostly. I need to buy shelves and racking. I need to, like, put stuff in totes and organize. There's like stuff out here I don't want to just throw out. Like I have a really cool old vintage stove that I would like to sell or give away to someone who will restore it. Um, but mostly it's like my workshop stuff. I really want to try to figure out because I would like to do like half of the garage, like dedicated workshop, have like in the front my anvil stand, my anvil, my forge, so I could just open my garage door and not have to worry about dying from carbon monoxide poisoning. If you need help moving stuff, you know where I am. I do. I might hit you up on that. I do have a storage unit. I guess I could throw this stuff in the storage unit. I don't know how much room's left in there, but maybe that's something to look into. Um, but like back half for like filming, like sitting and doing fine work and like stuff like this, where I just kind of BS with you guys. Front end for work, back end for like doing stuff, and have stuff like we got this nice little microwave, and I got a mini fridge over there. Have it be a proper like little man cave. Maybe even have like, because I've got like a CRTV back here. I'd like to set it up for like retro gaming out here. Have buddies over or something, do that. Whoop some people at Super Smash Brothers Melee. Oh, I'm not gonna say I'm the GOAT because everyone else already did. Just kidding. What I would like to do is record an interview, just the two of us, and record it, publish it, members only for a few days, and then make it public. Yeah, for sure, 100%. I would really like that, and then we can talk about, what all we're going to talk about and all that. That'd be a cool studio setup, yeah, for sure. I would have to. That was another thing too, is I want to build a workbench, and I want to have it on casters, so I can roll it outside. So like when I'm like grinding and I do, ground for like what, an hour or something, I don't have this all over everything. And this is, heavy metal dust. This is rough stuff to be breathing in. So having it really close to a big garage door and being able to roll it outside and do that be pretty nice. But yeah, it'd be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool. It'd be like studio slash man cave slash like place to take breaks. Cause like my workshop people here, when you're out doing stuff and you're working like 6-7 hours on it, it's nice to be able to sit down, take a breather, make sure you're hydrating, or drinking the delicious taste of Canada Dry ginger ale. Ugh. Which I'm sure is like got a bunch of metal dust in it, but won't spoil the delicious taste of Canada Dry ginger ale. Oh man, but yeah, you'll be able to sit, chill, and I used to in my workshop back when I had this thing was massive, literally bigger than my house square footage wise. Um, my first workshop cameraman Joey, I lived with him for a time, and ginger ale, yeah, ginger ale's good, man. It's slept on. I think it's one of the most underappreciated soft drinks out there for sure. And there's no like substitute for it. Like if you're a ginger ale person and you go to like a restaurant and you're like, I want a ginger ale, and they're like, well, we have Sprite, and it's like, it's not really the same. Ginger beers are good, but I used to always keep glass bottle sodas in my workshop, and I used to always keep like Mike's Hard Lemonades because having a nice, yeah, heck yeah, Rob, you understand. Root beers like that too, yeah, 100%. I remember someone, I was at a restaurant, I was like, oh, do you have root beer? And they're like, we have Dr. Pepper, that's like the same thing. And I was like, no, it's not, but I'll still take the Dr. Pepper, I guess. But yeah. Uh, it's my dream as a streamer. Mike's is delicious. I call them adult sodas, which they did have those hard sodas for a while, but they're, different. Been up since your last live. Damn insomnia. Started a new carving. Been doing most of the day. Oh man, that sucks. That's terrible. I used to suffer with insomnia when I was younger, like in middle school. just being up. I went to summer camp, and literally I was up for like the first 2 days, and we were like running around, climbing like rock walls and stuff, getting pretty worn out, and still, not being able to sleep. Insomnia definitely sucks. The charger has stopped working. It's at 12%. We got this nice big battery bank. Sorry, it's telling me. That's not good. I think some metal dust got in there. Fittits. I think that, yeah. Here it's 2 a.m. now, buddy. I'll be live in 8 hours. Yeah. You sure will be. Sorry if you guys hear a bunch of noise right now. Uh-oh. That's definitely not good. Yep, there goes again. Damn. That sucks. Yeah, I think I got a little bit of metal dust, so I'll have to hit it with a air in a can thing. But yeah, no, like, and that's the thing that really does talk about depression. I mean, depression and insomnia are kind of, like besties, but at least it was for me. But it's interesting. I used to be a pretty depressed dude. And for the longest time, I thought it was clinical depression. Which I may still have clinical depression. Who knows? I'm not a doctor, but I've never been like diagnosed. But uh, I don't know. I just had bad situations, like really bad living arrangements and stuff, and you know, just bad things kept happening. It seemed like bad luck kept happening for like 10 years. Um, seemed like for like a long time. Yeah. Um, and then I had like a near death experience, or not really a near death experience. I don't know. Rob, we'll probably talk about that. I'll save that for your podcast thing. But I had like a near death experience, and like my entire perspective like switched. It was like turning it off, and it was crazy. I mean, I still get like bouts of depression and stuff, but it's nowhere near what it was. All right, depression. You have a good night, or Rob, you have a good night. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, yeah. I sure do. But yeah, you have a really good night, Rob. Thanks for joining us. I'll hit you up on Discord so we can chat about doing that. I'm excited about it. Wow, I look really rough. This lighting, you can see my deviated septum. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I got some stuff on my nose too. I think that's. Oh no, you can see like how crooked my nose is from getting bopped in the nose so much. That's where everyone always hits me when they start a fight. Um, but sometimes I don't know if you notice, like when I'll like talk, or like I'll be talking, I'll leave my mouth open a little bit. Uh, I tend to mouth breathe because I can't breathe out of one side of my nose. I didn't notice I was doing it. But yeah. Um, you have a good night, Rob. Please do, because I'm crap at. Yeah, no, me too. I'll remember though. I'll do it as soon as I get off. As long as Mrs. Forge isn't like in the driveway. But yeah. You see my wonky nose? It kind of goes out this way, and then comes in this way, and then goes this way again. This little ridge right here should be the center of my nose, and it's like that. Only time I've ever fixed it was I was out. Good night, everyone. Great live. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your time, man. I really do appreciate it. I'll try to catch yours in the morning. I haven't been doing so good in the mornings. I've been leaving my phone in the room. But yeah. Have a good night, man. I'll definitely try to catch your next live. It's like the 5th time we've heard sirens this live stream. I guess I could, like, put you guys on one of my tripods. So just holding you. I do believe my wife will be home soon, and I'm gonna have to use the restroom pretty soon here. How's the job situation looking? Not good, bestie. Not good at all. Both places I've applied to, I don't know, several places. Stuff outside my normal field, because like warehouse work is fine, driving a forklift is fine, but I just want something more. Hey, Patsy Johnson, welcome. My daughter told me, and elf ears never noticed they have a little point. Oh, that's cool. I want elf ears. That'd be cool. But yeah. Don't let go of us. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't know. So it's gonna take me like a month to get hired on anywhere. But yeah, the job search is not going great. Because like 2 of the places I've interviewed for were like red flags, huge red flag places. One of them was ran by literally a guy I used to work for in the past. He ran a business I used to work at straight into the ground via neglect. Let's see if I can kind of rig you guys up right here. But he ran it into the ground, and that was the guy I interviewed with, and you know, it's like basically a light, newer version of that same job. So, you know, it's like, who's to say he's not going to just run that place into the ground again? Plus, it's my last job, I was making 23 something an hour, and oh, you guys can see the haunted doll. This thing is super creepy. Hold on, let me show you. Sorry, we're gonna go off on a tangent with this doll. I don't know if one of you guys want to take her, but she's real quiet. She's a good roommate. Spooky doll. We're gonna set her up. It's her eyes. Her eyes have like this weird, like plastic oxidized look to them. And yeah, no, it's pretty. I'm not gonna speak ill of the doll because I'm worried about it coming alive and killing me in the night. Unaliving me, sorry. I think I turned monetization on for this. If you come across a machine shop called Awesome Machine, I applied there. Ooh. Worked there for a very short time. The owner is absolutely psychotic. Thank you, because I already put in an application there. But yeah, it's like a lot of the jobs right now are either like not even enough for me to consider going to, or they're like really bad red flags. Like the best paying one was a galvanizing place close by. And literally every person I've talked to about it, they say, do not work there. I'll be home after Survivor. You're watching Survivor? Is it like the new season or something? I am not trashing the doll. Because it will come back. I've tried 3 times now. No, I'm just kidding. What would you do if like I like threw that away on live stream and then like it ended up outside of one of your guys' houses? How bad would you poop your pants? Well, thank you for updating me, Mrs. Forge. Oh. New season. Coach is back. Whoa! That doll needs to be a sticker. I don't think we should. Fluttershy. That's a reasonable response. An absolutely reasonable response, my man. But that doll needs to be a sticker. I don't think we should give her any more power. Yeah. I have lots of really like cursed stuff. You guys want to see my like 200-year-old Ouija board? You guys want to see that? We're getting a little off kilter. I've told Niham, I used to work with Niham. I'll show you guys the Ouija board. I've got all kinds of spooky stuff. There's a funny story with the Ouija board. Pretty much just like, it's funny because there's so much stigma about them, Ouija boards and stuff. All right, I'm gonna go get it. There's so much stigma about Ouija boards. I've had an earbud in this entire time. Jeez. I could have been listening to music. Probably not. Is the audio going through this? But let me know if the audio is going through. Because if not, I'll leave. I don't know. I'll decide whether I want to take it or leave it. But can you hear the really loud noise? Who's the weird YouTube guy that collects all the cursed items? I don't know. I know, like, are you talking about Zach Baggins? I'm gonna take this just in case, but I'm gonna be right back. My parents got it in an auction. It was in my room for a long time as a kid, and I grew up with it. I didn't know what it was. I just thought it looked cool. I thought it was a game. Technically is. That's him. It's clear. Sweet. Okay, cool. So, but yeah, it was in my room like my whole childhood, and I grew up, got into like spirituality and uh, all that stuff, and eventually was like, I think that's cool. I like collecting old stuff like that. And then they gave it to me a couple Christmases ago. I'll be right back. All right, you guys ready for this? So, this is the second edition of the Ouija board. But yeah, this I grew up with this in my room. This was back when they were actually like made of wood. Um, Someone could probably look this up. Look up the when the second edition of the Ouija board came out. It's really cool because it's still got the paper on the back, which has like the instructions and stuff. I know it's all reversed for you guys, but and interesting too, because someone decided to do math on the back of it as well. But yeah, love this thing. I love this thing a lot, and I really love having really like people who are like, "Oh, I don't believe in Ouija boards. They're stupid." And I'm always like, "Oh, cool. Do you want to hold this one?" They're like, "No." It's always really funny. I think I've literally chased people with this. Um, but nothing bad's happened to me yet. What could possibly go wrong? That's really cool and in great condition. I mean, especially for being like 200 years old, because it's from the 1800s. I think it's like 18. I mean, it's not 200 years old. Okay, it's from 2 centuries ago. Wait, yeah, it's. I think it's from the late 1800s. Um, yeah, it's one of my favorite things that I own. 1890. Yes, thank you, Niham. Appreciate you. But yeah, it's like 1890. There's a lot of history behind this piece of wood, and they got it in an auction. Um, for very little. And also these go for quite a bit. They're very collectible. I also have another Ouija board from the 70s. It has the box and everything. This doesn't have the planchette though, which is like the little piece that moves around. Maybe that's why I haven't been possessed by demons yet. But yeah, I really love this thing. It's one of my prized possessions. I'll show you something else kind of spooky that I have. Hold on. But yeah, I'm goth still at heart. I was a little goth kid in high school. So I've got this antique book of the Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Demonology. And this is from let's see. I don't think this is one of my old ones. 1939 is when this one's from. So that one's getting close to 100. I did not set that down anywhere. But my coolest thing, it's not spooky in the way that it's like, ooh, spooky evil, but like kind of cool because I'm not allowed to have this. No one's allowed to own these except for people that are there. But I have Encyclopedias of Freemasonry, made for and by, very beautiful books, by the way. Absolutely gorgeous work on these. Made for the Freemasons. And these ones are old. Ooh, I never noticed the symbolism. Look at the eye on top there. Nice little eye hidden. Not really hidden, but in there. Lots of symbolism. So, those are cool. Yes, they are. Oh, wow. I forgot. It's got this really beautiful... I mean, these are super, super well made. But they've got the Freemason symbols on them. These ones are from, I believe, the 1800s as well. I like antique books. Let's see, this one is from, oh, this one's only from 1924. But there's a lot of, like, really beautiful art in here. There's the temperance, fortitude, prudence, and justice. Goddesses of Freemasonry, essentially. They've got like sections about saints and everything. But yeah, it's really fascinating. Oh, they've got the good old book smell. But yeah, I like these because I'm not allowed to have them. I've got a lot of books. I think one of my oldest books is, I've got an old Bible, an old German Bible. I think it's 1791. An old German Bible. They done hid that eye up there. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, absolutely gorgeous books. All very well made. A lot of the detail on like the covers and stuff is really nice. Doesn't teach you like their secret stuff, but it teaches you like about all their tools and stuff. I've read them vaguely, but yeah, it's like super well made, bound in human skin. No, I'm just kidding. That's a lie. You should check out Esoterica YouTube channel. I think I am subscribed to them. I might be. But yeah, I think these books go for like, I mean, you can buy them on eBay. They pop up every once in a while. They're anywhere from like $300 to like $600. So they're not like particularly like crazy valuable, but they're cool. They're very sentimental to me. I picked them up right when my wife and I started dating. Back up, cats. Oh no! Hold on. Be right back, chat. Alright, I'm back. I wanted to grab this precious baby boy. High school sweethearts? Not really. Kind of. I mean, we did date in high school. Oh, this is, hey, welcome. Welcome, Dana. I don't see anyone new. This is the Honorable Beef Supreme. He's got half a brain cell. I love him. He's orange, kind of. He's kind of blonde. Look at him go. He's almost forming a thought, guys. It's not his turn with the brain cell yet. Cute little guy. Yeah, you can take him. Keep him safe. Keep him secret. I will. Yeah, Honorable Beef Supreme. The Honorable Beef Supreme is presiding over this YouTube live stream now. He wants to play in the garage. I don't like him playing in the garage because he gets into everything. And I have some sharp stuff out here. But I'm not keeping him secret. I'm doing my best to keep him safe. Let him play out in the garage. First one to exist gets to take him. He's yours. All of his hair. Take it. How'd you... Doll's menacing in the background. No, she's sweet. You want to see? I'll show you a close-up of her. She's a pretty cool little doll. Back. Get back, you beast. Look at her. You telling me this face is menacing? Do you think that's menacing? No, I'm just kidding. She's lovely. Apologize. I ain't gonna say I agree with you. Mostly because I think she'll come alive and kill me. That's kind of why it's there. I'm gonna be honest. I'll show you creepy. You wanna see my Ouija board? If you think the doll's creepy, the 200-year-old. Well, I'm ahead out. Alright, you have a good night, Plunder Shop. I'm gonna hop off pretty soon too. Appreciate you hanging out. What time are you doing your stream tomorrow? How old are you? 38? No. 35-ish, somewhere around there. No thanks. Yeah. Have a good night, Plunder Shop. Yep. Oh, I was kidding. Oh, because of the doll. Gotcha. That makes sense. Why are they driving by my driveway so slow? I hate living... Oh, they're parking in the street. But yeah. What time are you doing your live stream tomorrow, though? Try not to... I don't know if I'll be able to live stream. I believe my wife is working tomorrow, so I'll be home with the kids by myself. So... probably no time to stream tomorrow. I was thinking about 6 p.m. Missouri time. Aren't we Central Standard Time? Isn't that what we're called? Yeah, tighten those up. This thing's driving me nuts. But yeah, I'll try to catch that. I don't think I'll be streaming. We could shoot for the next weekend if you aren't busy, by the way. I don't think... I do want to film Saturday, but I could always swing by and talk about that. Do that with you. You just let me know what time would work best for you on Saturday. I could maybe also see about having a babysitter on Sunday at some point. But yeah, I'd be down. I'd be down for that, my guy. Oh, my tent stakes one. That is for my hot tent. I'm really bummed I didn't get to do any like super cold weather camping this year. I wish I would have camped during that ice storm and snowstorm, or snow. It was just snow, but that really cold one. I would have really loved to have gone out in that. Yeah, Niham, that sounds good to me. I really like using channel names when I talk to you guys, like Plunder Shop, Zero. Like, I know your guys' names in real life, but I so much prefer calling you by your like channel names. It's kind of like nicknames almost. Saturday or Sunday would work anytime between 7 to 3, or if you just want to meet the missus and stick around after that. Okay, yeah. I'll talk to my wife and see what works best for her. No, I did plan on filming anyway on Saturday, so I mean it's nothing to just go do that, but cameraman Joey was going to come out, weather permitting. I mean, I'm going to be out rain or shine, but I don't know if he wants to muck about in the woods if it's freezing rain out. But yeah, that'd be cool. I think we'll do that. Sounds good to me. Saturday's probably going to work best for me. Not this weekend, though, yeah. Why is that obvious? How would I know that? Yeah, I'm gonna really try to hit the YouTube thing hard, especially since like there's one job locally that I'm trying to get into. It's a good union job. Pay is really good. Um, the pay is good. It's close by. Uh, and it's pretty easy work. Benefits are decent. It's not the best union. Uh, but yeah, sorry, I'm zoning out really bad. But yeah. So I'm gonna in this like month, I'm gonna really try to hit the YouTube thing hard. I'm gonna really try to get out there as much as I can. Do like nice good luck, thank you. But yeah, hopefully, because they take forever to get back to you. I'm trying to hold out for that job, um, or my former job, my former lead man job, that place. Either one of those I would do. But in the meantime, I'm gonna really hit the YouTube thing hard, and if I start making like decent money, I'll just try to do YouTube. If I, like I just realized, like I've been missing monetization for my live streams, uh, this whole time. So I just turned it on at the beginning of this one when I was messing with settings. Um, apparently, my live streams you can monetize it as it happens instead of just whenever it gets posted, just monetizing it. At least I think that's how it's working. So, you know, I think it'll make a decent amount of money. Plus, it's like I'll do like one. My goal is to film enough content to do at least like 3 10-minute long regular videos. Never ever give up. Michael Scott. Yeah. But yeah, um, I mean, no matter what, I could probably always work in at least one live stream a week, even if I'm working a job. I really hate 5 day a week jobs. That was the best thing about my last job. Uh, was 15 days off a month. I mean, and that's just like you're not going to find that anywhere else, just because of the way the schedule was. But um, yeah, it was really nice. But I mean, the job was not great. I mean, the job itself was easy. The management that we were under was really bad. Um, yeah, definitely not good. Especially it's like a really good sign of that. It's like when you start poking the barrel a little bit too much, and then you get fired because of it. Throw in some shorts too, but yeah, I'm gonna try to do 3 10-minute videos each week. I'm gonna try to do 3 shorts per day, and then one live stream a week. I'm going to try to shoot for that. I don't know how realistic that is. I've been pretty consistent with one live stream a week. Sometimes I'll get 2. This is my second one this week. But yeah, I mean, literally all it's like the shorts are. I don't know. I could start like cannibalizing my lives. Big up from Morocco. Very cool. Hello from Missouri. That's very cool. I think you're my first person from Morocco who's ever said where they're from. Shout out. Yeah. Which hand planes do you use? I do not own any hand planes. I usually do. I mean, I'm mostly blacksmith, but I do also do woodworking. But I usually use my knives. Usually use knives to do those. Yeah. Peace. Heck yeah. But yeah, we were working on knives today. Forged this guy out the other day. Had a little forging competition with one of my buddies. Today I saw a YouTube person that pretty much only does shorts and a few videos and makes 8K a month. Crap. I wish I was making 8K a month. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I really need to have the time to dedicate to it. Because, like, today was kind of like I said I would do it yesterday, and I had a little bit of an opportunity to do it. Hey, that guy from earlier needs 8K. I thought he was here a minute ago, but he's not anymore, I guess. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. I just want to hit hard. I know I see people be successful. I saw a kid who dropped out of high school who was making like 30K between like 10 different YouTube channels. And it's like I really love to do like a second YouTube channel where I just talk about random stuff and not have to worry about like censoring myself because I'm monetized. I believe my wife may be home. Oh no, guys. My beautiful wife is here. But yeah, like talk about random things that I want to talk about, like I don't know, I can kind of tie this in, but there's this emulation console right now out. It's called the AYN Thor, and it looks like a 3DS game system, like a big one. And I it runs off Android, and so I'm gonna try to sneak it onto this channel and talk about it. But I'm going to set it up to be like apocalypse ready. There's like apps you can download which let you download like all of Wikipedia, all of like a whole bunch of information stuff, and then you can cast that out to other people and they can download stuff from it. And it doesn't require any internet at all once you set it up. But I'm gonna like try to get it apocalypse ready, have it set up with apps that let me like, identify plants and mushrooms and like store videos on it. He told me about that. I've legit considered getting one just to toy with. Dude, they're so cool. I would totally would. But I'd love to have a second channel where I just like talk about like all the gaming stuff. That's another thing I can tie it into with the channel is like I see people build bug out bags and like survival kits and stuff. Inch bags. I'm never coming home bag. Inch bags. But I see people do those and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna live out of this bag for the rest of my life," and it's like, um, you're never. I mean, like, I guess you could do bare bones survival for the rest of your life, but you're never gonna have any entertainment. And I used to carry a deck of cards, and I was like, "Oh, I'll just play solitaire." Or I have a little book of Edgar Allan Poe's poems. And I was like, "Oh, I'll just use these," but it's like for the rest of your life, that's all the entertainment you're gonna have. But this thing can, do music. You can store videos on it. You can play games, all the way up to like with the nicest version of it. It goes all the way up to Nintendo Switch. You can emulate everything all the way up to Nintendo Switch, which obviously you can't emulate Nintendo Switch because that's illegal, and I'm not condoning that or pirating any games at all because this live stream is monetized, so I will definitely never suggest that. But yeah, I want a second channel where I can just do whatever I want, like talk about whatever I want. But I'm excited for that thing. I actually sent an email to AYN to see if they would let me use one or let me have one for free to do on my YouTube channel. I don't think my channel's probably big enough for them to justify doing that, but I figure my unique use case may convince them. Papa Outdoors, yeah, that's a Papa Outdoors. I dig that. But yeah, it'd be pretty much the same thing like Papa Meat / Meat Canyon. He has, Meat Canyon as his main channel where he makes his cartoons. They're really grotesque, really cool. Check them out. And then he has a second channel where he just talks about random stuff that interests him. Yeah, I would love to have that and, talk, like, show. I mean, it'd be everything. It'd be like retro handheld game repair, game modification, console modifications, emulation stuff, and then just talk about anything I want. It could be like I could even do like reaction stuff, or like, talk about stuff that's not within the realm of this channel. Like I want this to be crafting. I want this to be outdoors, survival, bushcraft. Making stuff. I want it to stay, and I want that box to be there. I want that box to exist with the content on this channel because I'm trying to have a very specific brand for this channel. But if I had a second channel that I could just kind of be free and just talk, do whatever I want. I mean, technically it already exists, but there's not very much stuff on there. I mean, I've got 13 subscribers on it, and yeah, like I posted a video, like, because I'm not gonna go on the video game thing too much, but I got a street pass a couple months, or like last month or something, which that was on the Nintendo 3DS. It was a thing where you pass other people and it would light up a little light and tell you they passed, and then you, like, their little me comes over and you see that, and you add them to your little town, um, and stuff, and it was really cool. But it's super weird that because I mean they stopped making them like 10 years ago. So the fact that I was able to pass someone else who was using one, because you have to be within like 20 feet of them or something. Pretty astronomical, pretty crazy. But I would love to like talk about stuff like that on the second channel and all my nerdy stuff. Uh, I have a bunch of other hobbies and interests and stuff. My locksmithing stuff, because I like doing locksmithing. I've even thought about, I could make like some lock picks and stuff. Actually, funny enough, these are a bunch of my practice locks. I'll just like, I used to take these to some jobs. You should check out Garmin Glow 2 GPS. It's a cool GPS that next to your devices goes off GPS satellites. No service plans. I like it way better than Google Maps. You never lose service. That's really cool. I will definitely look into that. That'd be good for like survival stuff, and I mean just to have in general. But yeah, these are my practice locks. I would just take these to work, and I change them out. I've got a whole box of locks over here where I just change these out every once in a while. Hey, welcome. I do not know how to say that. Hello, though. Welcome. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming in. But yeah, I literally just would pick all these. And I'd try to pick them as many times as I could on like a 15-minute break, every single one of them. And I'd usually get it like 2 or 3 times on a good week. These are all pretty worn out, and they've been in my garage for a long time. So they're probably a little harder to pick now, but yeah, I'd love to have like, do stuff like that. Be like, oh, the lock challenge, how long will it take me to pick all these? Post it on there. Just little shorts like that and stuff. Why do you know that, Niham? You're a Yu-Gi-Oh player. A filthy Yu-Gi-Oh player. He's challenging me. It is a pretty cool skill to have. It's kind of funny because I don't know. I'll go if I go into my locksmithing stuff on the other channel. I'll kind of like talk about my history with that. I kind of got into it because I thought girls would kind of think it was cool. They didn't. Spoiler alert. I'm so good at picking locks that I just got one just now. Wow. I'm so good at picking locks that I just literally had to shake it around a little bit. If you know what I mean. Yeah, see, these ones have been sitting out for a while. There it goes. But yeah, it's a cool skill. It's definitely helped me. It's really funny though, because the only kind of car I can't get into by picking the lock is the exact kind of key that I have. It's like one of those square ones with like little groove like carved into it. It's not like a traditional key. So I was doing lockout services occasionally. Every once in a while, someone would call me up and be like, "Will you let my friend in their car?" I was like, "Yeah." I used to work at a refrigerator warehouse where truck drivers would go check in the front, and then they would lock their keys in the car, and then pay me like whatever cash they had on them. I didn't ever ask for any of it, but they were like, you just saved me like $300 late fee plus the cost of a locksmith and this. They're like, please take this money. I'm like, oh, if you insist. I probably made like, I don't know, some amount of money that the IRS doesn't know about. No, I'm just kidding. I always report every single cent that I've made to the IRS. I'm gonna go get my lockpicks. I'm feeling nostalgic. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, because that way too, you know, I don't feel like I'm just trapped in the outdoor box. If I have that second channel, you know, I could take like, oh yeah, I guess you guys can't hear me. Hold on. Sure. You guys interested in this? Give me something to do with my hands while I jabber on and wait for my wife to get here. Niham, are you still in? This is my little... I was really obsessed with like black and yellow, like EDC stuff. This is a really cool lockpick set. Or case. This is my like portable one. This lives in my locker. Sweet. Hey, would you be open to maybe me doing like a spin-off channel eventually and like have the Mystic Frog be its own thing? I wouldn't be doing like the same thing you're doing, but obviously I'd learn to do all the stuff myself, but I mean technically the character belongs to you. So this is really cool. I'm going to show you. Here, I'll show you on this. I dropped a knife, guys. But so this is really cool. So you have a big metal, like, say you had a metal door, you can just go bam, hang it up, use it. I've used it that way a lot. I don't want to set it down out here because it will pick up all these metal shavings that I just made. I'm not doing a deep dive on YouTube tonight. Going to try to find some of the really old videos I watch. I'm doing a deep dive on old videos I watch. I had my YouTube channel for 14 years. Was not a creator though. Yeah, I've had my old YouTube for like a long time. My other channel. But yeah, so we got all kinds of stuff in here. I'll walk you through my little like EDC / keep it at work thing. This little tool, which, you know, you've seen like credit cards get slipped in doors and like push open doors. This is, you push this through if the latch is that way, but if it's the other way, you go, you click down, go, and that's called loading a lock. If you need to make a copy of a key, absolutely, LOL, as far as I'm concerned, the frog was made for you and is yours. I'll make more of him for you, no charge. Hey, very cool, that'd be very awesome. This is a key decoder. You put the keys in here, the different types of keys, and different brands, and you put it in there. It tells you exactly what bidding you need to cut. I'm going into all kinds of random stuff tonight, but yeah, very cool, Niham. Very cool. That's pretty cool of you. This also, for more, this is like same as like a piece of credit card. It's a mica shim. I mean, it's basically does the same thing as a credit card in that same situation, but if it's got something that keeps it, the stiff metal from not being able to go through, having that nice shape is really good. And then I've got a variety of picks, some of my favorite picks. So we'll go ahead and start with this guy. Let's see how many locks we can get picked before my wife gets home and beats me up. I survived last night's beating for the comments. Oh yeah, also it does this. It makes like a nice little stand. So if you're don't have, if you have like a little shelf or something, you need to, or somewhere you set them down. Now they have that Dolphin handheld device that can unlock cars. Oh, that's a Flipper Zero. I got mine in the other room. You want to see that one? I'm gonna go grab that one too. Mine's custom. So, this is the Flipper Zero. It's a quote-unquote hacking device. It's not really technically a hacking device. So it can do certain cars. I think most of them are from before 1970 because every new car uses rolling codes. So if you try to use this to, if you like, you can set it up, grab someone's code as they use it. Yeah. Let's see. Give me more things to draw. I'm kind of stuck right now. Tubi's reviving old Cartoon Network on March 1st, so I have to wait till then to get nice quality clips. But yeah, this guy. It doesn't do what people say it does. You have to, one, program this to do whatever you want it to do. Two, it has a very limited range. It won't do with the normal firmware. You can get other firmware that's technically illegal. Mine's all legal. Mine's all kosher. You can grab a code. So say someone went, boop, unlocked their car. I copy that code, right? It's going to use a different code the next time, and it's going to keep rolling through. It rolls through. They're called rolling codes. They roll through about 15 or so. You can't really get in cars with them because if you say you use that code, like you go bloop and it's like a certain wavelength. He tried to use that wave. Here, I'm going to try unlocking some locks real quick. That one's going on the ground. Let's stay in there. So we got this whole stack. We'll start with this guy. Now, these are pretty gunked up, so no promises, but I'm just saying that to cover in case it's really embarrassing. You better get out of that. Cat's getting in a bag that he's not supposed to be in. I also haven't picked locks in like probably 2 years. But you try to use that same code, that first code that you grabbed, it's not going to work, and it may lock the car out. You'd have to take it to a dealership and get everything reset. My bad, still here. Oh, you're cool. We're gonna go with this one. Some locks are so bad you don't even need to pick them or anything. You can just totally bypass them. If you feel comfortable with your locks in your house right now and stuff, don't learn about locksmithing. Like if you're like, well, I feel safe, because learning about locksmithing is the fastest way to realize that like most locks they suck. Locks only keep honest people out. But honestly, like most we got one down. Most people who are breaking in are just going to kick your door in, bust a window out, honestly. But yeah, that's the easiest lock to get. But yeah, it's pretty scary, man. Like, you know, master locks are everywhere. Most where I got these locks on this ball was whenever they do clean outs of lockers and stuff at one of my old jobs. One of the girls in the office knew I would do this, so I'd go in, I'd pick the locks, and then I'd just keep them. So I've never owned keys to any of these locks except for this one, which is like one of my first practice ones. Important to remember that most burglars are not even going to bother with lockpicks. Yeah, no, they'll just kick your door in. I mean, honestly, because like, one, it takes a little too much time. I mean, because like if I kick a door in, it's going to take a lot less time than it is for me to sit there and do exactly what I'm doing. Plus, it's like that's an entire skill you have to learn, and it's pretty pointless. I mean, if we're being honest, maybe if you're like you get into like the big like burglars, like people who are like robbing banks, but even then, they're just gonna take a gun and or a Rudy Tooty point and shooty and be like, hey, open up your stuff, and then they're gonna be like, okay, here's the stuff, and then put dye packs in it or do whatever. Um, yeah, these are pretty numbed up, my guys. I don't know. We need an easy win. We're gonna go for this transparent one. I'm not gonna look though. That's cheating. But yeah, I'm pretty familiar with this one too. I know which pins stick, and I know pretty well. I'm pretty familiar with most of these locks. For my apartment, to get in the elevator, the front door of the houses, all done with off an RFID key fob. Are those safe at all? Yes and no. Because all I got to do is stand a little close to you and then use this RFID reader right here, this center one. I just go in, I go bam, and then read, and then I just read the one that's closest to you, or read the closest one and go boop. You can also set up. Sorry, two locks. You can set up a RFID reader with a big battery and stand close to people. I literally have seen people make like messenger bags that have a whole battery system in it. They remove the little speaker out so it doesn't beep when they scan, but it's hooked up to a laptop or hooked up to a RFID reading little thing. Sometimes they're ESP32. Sometimes they're like which is just a little chip. Sometimes they're like what are they called? Man, I haven't thought about any of this stuff in forever. There's a really popular one. Oh, man. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Ever heard of Ryan Montgomery? He's on the Sean Ryan, been on the Sean Ryan show twice. I don't think I know who that is. No. Is he like a penetration tester or like lockpicker or something? But yeah, it's super easy to read RFID cards. Super easy to pick locks too. That's number 3. We'll do this guy next. But yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. Penetration tester is what your mother calls me. That's rude. But yeah, it's really funny. I haven't had many things that have beaten me. I'm starting to get back in the rhythm. That's 4 locks now. Pen tester and Justice Hacker. That's cool. I've never heard of him, but sounds like a cool guy. I went through a lot of the training for pen testing. It was definitely an interest of mine for a little while. But it pays okay, but like what they don't tell you whenever you get into penetration testing, because of NDAs, never mind. Anyway, but what they don't tell you when you get into pen testing is it's like really cool stuff for like a little bit, and then writing like 40 pages of reports and like 10 of those pages are explaining why it's bad for your employees to leave their passwords and admin passwords written on sticky notes inside of their office, and trying to explain that to corporate fat cats who have no grasp of reality. And then having to explain why having everything be unprotected is bad because it costs them money. Because it would cost them money to fix that, and then they don't fix it, and then you go back, a year later, and then you do the same thing over and over and over again. And then the companies never listen to you for the most part, unless they're small companies. But not that I know anything about that. But that's just like one thing they don't tell you about penetration testing or red teaming or any of that stuff. Photoshop, I'm surprised you knew about that. I don't know. A lot of people know the term pen testing. Do you have to write that in legal language, or do you have a lawyer or something translate it that way? Oh, are you talking about the reports? You have to write it yourself. It's like all up. Dang it! It's all you. It's all you all the way. Dang it! Oh man, bunch of magnetic dust. But yeah, you have to write it like in very like. So, for an example, like if I was going to explain why it's bad to have dang it. Why it's bad. Like let me write and how I would write speaking to corporate about why it's bad to have passwords written on a desk. That's a good example. 5. So it'd be like during the penetration test, we noticed that, or I blank noticed that cubicle number, etc., had on their monitor the passwords, the admin passwords to the computer, login information, other credentials that may or may not be sensitive in plain sight. This could be potentially damaging because it could allow access to private information or company assets that intruders are not authorized to have. And this could mean that one, they could change the password, essentially locking out any and all employees that have their passwords out if the person has high enough clearance. It's like you have to explain it like you're explaining it to like a kid. I enjoy stuff that is, want for a better term, Spycraft stuff is cool. But yeah, you have to write it like that. You have to write it like you're explaining it to a little kid, but also a little kid who only understands corporate talk. And it's just it's so hard to force yourself to do it because the people the people aren't going to look at it. They're not going to look at it. Ask any penetration tester who's been doing it for any amount of time, and they'll tell you that most companies don't change. They'll pay an exorbitant amount of money to have pen testers come out, red teaming people come out, and then test their security, and then do literally nothing to amend any of the issues that you've pointed out. And it's not that I would know, it's a extremely violently it feels pointless. It feels completely pointless and repetitive. But yeah, Spycraft stuff. Lost you guys for a second. But yeah. I think some of these are a little too gunked up for me to try to get into. No, let's try. We haven't tried the Brinks. Brinks is a brand everyone knows. See how long it takes me to get into this Brinks. It's pretty new. Yeah, it's like Brinks, Master Lock. Reddit explain like I'm 5. Yeah, it's like that. That's six locks. Now they're all, this is my main one I kind of use to keep them all together. But I'm definitely rusty. I haven't done this in a while. I've been using a rake, but I think I'm going to go do a single pick. But yeah, it's like you have to explain to these corporate people, you know, we're like, oh, well, you don't want people to access your server because then they can get information you don't want them to have. And that, it's like pretty much like the way you have to explain it is like, it'll cost you money eventually. And they're like, well, that's a risk we're willing to take. Just whatever it takes to line my pockets. So you just jiggle. I'm not. You be quiet. This is a monetized live stream, bud. Okay. I gotta behave. Essentially, what I'm gonna do here. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you how lockpicking works. It's kind of survivally. It could be a useful skill in the apocalypse. So inside locks, there's these rods. They're these like spring-loaded. Hold on, let me see if I can get this to focus up. Let me clear that. There's these pins. You can't see anything. I'll have to wait till I can film something. But there's these pins. There's two pins that sit like this. They push against. Wow, I'm cold. Fingers are moldable. There's several pins that go like this. They have different heights. One might be shorter, one might be longer, but they push against each other with springs that are maybe also different lengths. So say this is the shear line is what we call it. One spring may be longer, it pushes up the rod, so you try to turn the whole thing. Like imagine this is a circle. I don't know. I can't. It's hard to explain. So it's like you have this circle here, right? And these pins stick halfway within this cylinder. There's little holes and little cutouts. So your goal is to go through, and you can test each individual pick. You put a little bit of tension on. That's what this rod's for. Put a little bit of tension on. And you go through and you can go one by one. This is called single picking. It's the slowest way to do that. You go until you find the pin that is binding. In that case, I got that open pretty quick. But you find the pin that's binding and you push it through. Bust out the whiteboard. I do have a whiteboard. I don't have dry erase markers though. I have Minecraft coordinates on it from the last guy I got it from. He's like, "Do you want this?" I'm like, "Yeah." It's like a big, weird, long whiteboard. I need to just set it up out here so I can explain stuff like that a little bit easier. But there's two different main kinds of picks. There's, let me contrast with my hat. There's single pins like this, and then there's rakes. I mean, there's all kinds of different ones, but these are the two. If I was going to carry two, it'd be literally these two right here. The rakes hit lots of pins at once, so you can literally go in and out, in and get it that way. That's a cheap, kind of like fast way to do that. But yeah, let me do that again for you. Go in and out really quick while keeping tension, and that's the cheap, easy way to do that. What I like to practice doing is if I had to only pick one thing, I'd pick a tension bar and I'd pick this wave rake. I picked this guy has all these things because I can use this tip of this to also pick. Single pin pick. So I like to try to single pin pick with this. Go through and feel them out. 1 is binding, 2 is clear, 3 is clear, 4 is clear, 5 is binding, and done. Super easy. I like to use this as like a multi-tool for lock picking. It's really cool. My father-in-law one time called me up to one of his workplaces because they had a safe that the battery had died. And it was really funny because I went out there to go pick the lock, and I found out that someone had tried to use a screwdriver just to twist the whole thing and try to brute force it, and it made it to where it was pointless to do that. What kind of lubricant do you have? I use graphite powder for my locks, if that's what you mean. But yeah, and there's like all kinds of different. Like I have like 3 single pick pins. This one is, I got some that have like cool stuff on it. This one's called the Kraken, and it's got like this kind of like tentacle-ish shaped one. And this one's called, it's got some laser engraving on it as well. It's called the Warlock. Can't really see, but it's a little bit different. You can kind of see like the different profiles. Put it against my hat and compare that to this. I prefer this style. I really do like the I really like the Warlock though. It's one of my go-tos. This is like my favorite little lockpick set. These are like my favorites. I've also got the Monkey's Paw. Monkey's Paw is pretty cool. And that's just a single pin pick. It has this little divot in it. You can't really see. You guys aren't going to be able to see that very well. But it's got a single like pin with a little divot in there that helps you feel the pins. Yeah, the Kraken. Yeah, the Kraken's pretty cool. And I believe Sparrows makes these lockpicks. I like Sparrows as a company. Everyone knows the OG lockpicking lawyer though. He's really cool. Covert Instruments, which is this company that makes lockpicks, makes some really cool stuff. It's actually who made this base set, these basic ones that are in here, and he made the case for this. Really cool stuff. I've had all these for like a long time. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Yeah, these are pretty gunked up. You can kind of tell, because like these locks only have so much life. I've literally like had one that like fell apart because I picked it so much. So we're just trying to, I could just do the cheap thing and you pull it out. Oh yeah, like I literally feel like there's like, yeah, kind of hard to explain. It feels like you're like, you like put a little bit of gum on your lockpick and then put it in there. Very skilled man. Maybe. I do have a really weird skill set. Niham the Rat pointed that out the other day. Niham is one of my ex-coworkers and friend. Now he's been promoted to just friend. Yeah, like it feels sticky. Feels gross. I might grab some of these other ones. These ones over here might be ready to be retired. This one maybe not, but I gotta. This one's got a very tiny keyhole. Bro, was promoted to civilian. Bro, that's crazy work. Yeah, this one's so small. I usually have to put, this one might be too big of a rake for it. Yeah, for sure. Because it takes up almost the entire lock hole. I can't even fit my tension bar in there, I believe. I don't know, there's like 5 cars coming down the street. And I believe one of them's my wife. But yeah, it's really, oh no, none of them are my wife. Wow. There's another one coming. It maybe also be my wife. But I don't know. Like getting a little extra money from like truck drivers and the gratitude of friends. I've gotten a couple Red Bulls for letting friends in their cars. Which actually none of these are for cars. That's like a whole other set. I've got like a whole box of stuff. I mean, if I start a second channel, maybe I'll talk about that stuff. Because, I mean, like, right now, I could have just ended this live stream and then recorded a bunch of shorts explaining this stuff. Her wife got home like 30 minutes ago. No, she was supposed to have. Oh, she was watching Survivor. You know, it's the first episode of the season, so I wonder if it's like extra long. But yeah, you know, just I could make like little shorts about stuff like that, and you know, talk about like games and like cyberpunk stuff. But yeah, lock and load. Yeah, yeah. I've got like a whole box of locks over here. Some of them are really cool locks. Oh, this is the only lock that I've never been able to pick. I don't know why. We'll work on this one. I think it's just because it's sat outside for so long. Do that for this channel. I mean, I could go into like, I could make that. I could take a spin as like make that an urban survival skill. You know. Um, yeah, maybe I will do that. I could probably spin that as a survival thing. I think that's within the realm of possibility. Oh my gosh. Here's some more practice locks. I always kind of bunch them up. These ones look a little fresher. Oh, this was actually one of my old locker locks, and I had put this really cool like hand finish on it, and it looks really cool. And then I lost the key for it, and then it became a practice lock. But I did like a hammer finish. Kind of hard to tell, but we'll practice with some of these. I've been having fun doing a little picking. Chat, where did I just put my lock picks? I put it in my pocket. You cannot be out here calling other people's dolls creepy. What's that creepy doll behind me? There's no doll behind me. Ah! I'm just kidding. Can't be calling when you got a name like Chucky. That's funny. They're all in the pouch. Yeah. Let's see. Let's pick these guys. We'll go ahead and go for the medium. I like the medium tension bar. But yeah, I mean, it's a good skill to have. I mean, like, honestly, like, little things like, I'm not going to show my keys. So, like, knowing things like this lock is, or this key is called CH751. You can literally buy them on Amazon. And they open almost everything. They'll open gun safes. They'll open, like, you know, when you go to places and they have, staring directly at me. Never seen that doll. Even tell now. It's moving. That was kidding. Leave her alone, okay? You know what? I'm gonna leave that one. That one's the keep them all together. We're out here. We're picking locks. We're just practicing some skills, BSing. We're not worried about the doll, okay? All right. Oh, sorry, I muted you guys. Turn it around? No. I'll bring her closer. You want to see her? She's got really pretty eyes. Oh, her leg fell off. Look at her. You gonna tell that face? Hold on. You gonna tell that face that she needs to turn around? I don't know why her leg fell off. Ruh-roh. We'll pop it back on, Talking Tina. Alright. She cool, she cool. Don't be scared, Chucky. Doll needs more power. She brings luck to the channel. Let's see. Let's do a good old Master Lock number 3. The most common lock in America. Yeah, she waved. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, Master Lock number 3, one of the most common locks. And that everyone buys. Everyone's probably owned one of these. I've got about 20 of them over here. This one, like, I see them on, like, man, these are really cold. hands are freezing. Look, my hands are so cold that the pressure is not relieved from that finger. I've talked all this smack about this lock, and now I'm not going to be able to get it. That's funny. I think people like the doll. But it'd be cool to like have like a little setup out here for like, I could make that chill area / like sitting area, make that into like a little filming area for the second channel if I ever did that. I wouldn't mind having another channel for like spirituality and folklore and all that. 2 wrenches? Yeah. No, wrenches will work for sure. Performance anxiety? No. I don't think it's that. I'm really rusty. I mean, it's literally been like a couple of years since I've done it. I've got like a pile of 6 of them I've opened already. We're going to go for a different lock. Again, some of these do not have very permissive keyholes. Try this American lock. Is what it's called in brand name. I don't even know if it's made in America, but it's old. Yeah, performance. I hate. That's like one of my least favorite things. If you ever want to be a lot of fun going to someone's live stream and it goes subtly into the background, send it to them. Don't mention it. Just say they're looking good in frame or something. That's funny. That's hilarious. It's like devious. I love that. There we go. Okay. I needed one. I needed the confidence builder back. That's 7 locks. And some of these are just like, ooh, look at this little guy. I didn't even notice him in there. But a good starter kit comes with these is the Genesis set from Covert Instruments. Yeah, that is awesome. That's hilarious. So, Chucky, I see you're hanging it out. This is not normally what I do on my channel. I'm a blacksmith and like woodworker and outdoors guy, survival and all that. I was working on this a bit ago. This big old knife, and some other knives, but we were working on this. Now we're just winding down, chilling out. Slim Jims work great also. Yes, they do. They sure do. They really do. I like auto jigglers myself. I have a feeling you're going to do that to my live stream. No, never. I definitely wouldn't just, you know, like find your address and then sneak this doll onto your property. Sweet knife. Thank you, Chucky. Appreciate that, man. Man, this one's feeling pretty gummy too. You can usually feel the pins. Kind of here. I'll put tension on it and I'll kind of get them. You can feel them move, but listen to this. Let's see if we can hear. You hear them like shift back. I hate old days, but yours is cool. Yours is cool. Old days? Mine is cool. What? Okay, you gotta. Oh, I hate old days. You're gonna have to elaborate on that. Is that some hip new lingo? Oh, old dolls. Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah, mine's cool. Yeah, she's cool. Talking Tina back there. Do you mean like old school stuff? Old dolls. Yeah, I figured it out. I got there in the end. Just need a couple more locks just to feel good about myself. Man, this is I believe that lockpicking might be a perishable skill. Yeah. Let's see. Oh! This thing literally weighs like 10 pounds. I've got so many locks in here. Just a lot of these are like old locks. I mean, like, I can't pick that one. Then it's got like a freak lock. But like, I have all kinds of stuff in here, man. Some of these I won't pick just because they're neat, and I don't want to mess them up. This one's got a key broken off in it, but that one's like super old, very old fashioned. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, like, dude, why can't we have locks that look like this anymore? Like, look how sick that looks. Like, you know, I don't like to pick these because I don't want to mess up these like super neat old locks. Look at this guy. This guy's like got to be 100 years or so. My grandfather had a lock like that. Very cool. But yeah, got this nice like spring-loaded thing. Very cool because they worked 100%. But yeah, it's like, well, they look really nice. Like, you know, this old cool guy. This worked. This looks beautiful. But nowadays, what we got this. Womp womp. Look at the downgrade, folks. We went from like artwork to like, I don't know, crap, garbage. And those don't even work very well. I don't know how easy some of these are to pick. I mean, because like I honestly haven't picked a lot of them. Oh, this one's a free spinning lock. Weird. There's something crunchy in there. Okay, yeah, I'm not messing with that one. But yeah, they're just beautiful, man. Like, they've got like a beautiful age on them, beautiful patina. These are probably collectible to somebody. Let's see. Things had style when they weren't being made by robots, 100%. You know, people had pride in what they did and didn't just worry about the bottom line, 100%. Preach, brothers. Let's see. It's crazy how much of downgrade everything got. Need to replace every year. Yep. Yeah, for sure, man. Like, and that's the whole thing. Is like, I think, herd wife. But like, I don't know, like these cheap, like crappy locks and like everything sucks now. Light bulbs actually are kind of the reason that we have scheduled obsolescence. Because they've made light bulbs too good, and then there was an entire like council of companies that decided like, oh, we're gonna literally audit your products, and if they work too well and last too long, we're going to fine you. Look it up. It's crazy. Made right and with pride. Yeah, and that's the mentality behind my knives. My whole thing is like, you know, modern companies, they want to put crap in your guys' hands, like our hands, you know, citizens, Americans, you know, any company, any country. They want to put stuff in our hands that we're going to have to replace at some point. Just like that car's ran, just like that car that did run on water. There's a car, they made a car that ran on water. They're called boats. No, I'm just kidding. But they ran off of water. Yeah, no, that was 100% a thing. And it was, I mean, not super efficient, but they worked. I mean, you can still make them today, but you can't make them street legal, funny enough. All you have to do is have stainless steel with electric ran through it with distilled water, and it breaks apart the hydrogen and oxygen molecules, turns them into, you know, individual atoms, and then the bubbles float up as gas. You use that for combustion engines, pretty easy. Big Oil did shut them down, just like the other electric cars. Yeah. Anyway, but we won't go into that. But everything's made to be crap. I want to make and put in the hands of people, you know, tools and things that you're going to be able to pass down to your kids, and they're going to be able to pass down to their kids. I have people telling me all the time that if I make something, and all my knives come with a lifetime warranty. So I know it's probably, I'm all like, I'm getting heated holding a knife. Anyway, any other cool history? Yeah. Any other cool history stuff? Maybe we'll get into that in here in a minute. When everything is made to be broken, I just want you to know. Get out of here with those song lyrics. Anyway, but yeah, it's like my mentality is I want to overbuild to outperform in the long run. You can buy a crappy gas station knife, but one of my knives that I send out to you, it's going to last your whole life, or I'm going to replace it. And I've had people tell me, well, that's really stupid because if people only need to buy one knife from you, then they're only going to buy those one knives. Okay, well, there's a billion, there's billions of people out there. I guarantee a significant portion of them will buy my knives, especially if I make a very good product. That's my mentality. I'm like, if we're getting a little serious, I'm gonna get a little serious. What kind of handle do you use? All kinds. I usually use walnut. This one doesn't have a handle on it yet. It's still got to be quenched and stuff. We were just grinding on it earlier, but I think I'm gonna do walnut on this too because it'll look nice. Maybe oak. Maybe I'll do a nice oak. So I've got a lot of oak out there, but this is gonna be a nice chopper for me personally because it's got too many flaws for me to send out. Handle gets a little too thin. I forged this in a competition actually with Mr. Plunder Shop there. Why so serious? Anyway, but yeah, it's like I want to make stuff that's gonna last for a lifetime. I'm very passionate about it. I apologize for my passion. Just kidding. Never apologize for your passion. Um, but yeah, it's like I'm gonna make something that's going to last a lifetime, be able to get passed down to someone, be a cherished item, 100 years from now. Do you have pen stock? I do. I do have pen stock. Actually, I believe it's within arm's reach. Nope, it's a little bit further away. I'm not gonna go get it. Cry about it. I'm busy being passionate. Yeah, I want to make stuff that's gonna last a lifetime. And that's why it kind of breaks my heart when I make knives for people who were just like, "Yep, that's gonna sit on a shelf." It's like it's made to be used. It's made to be like used and abused. I want like my knives to be workhorses. I want my knives to be like, "Oh crap! I locked my keys in my car and there's a grizzly bear running at me. I'm gonna pry open my car door so I can reach in and do that and not have to worry about breaking the knives." Like, let me go grab one of my knives. That's like very much built off that mentality. Okay, well it's not out here. Never mind. But yeah, okay, it's inside. Most of my other knives out here are like different stuff. Hold on, I'll be right back. But stuff like this. So this was my main EDC knife. Knife with Slim Jim back. That'd be kind of cool. I should make a little knife multi-tool that's for like lock picking stuff. So this was my main EDC knife. Look how chunky. Look how refined. It's ironwood handle. I mean, this thing weighs a ton. It's beautiful, but it's tough. I would trust my life with this knife. I could go into like any survival situation. I mean, maybe not like combat necessarily, but I love this thing. It's got those nice 1/4 inch pins I'm going to put on this other one. This thing is built like a truck. Uh, I've put so much time into this knife. Dirt time, time out in the woods. I've split wood with this. You set it on top and you bash it through with another piece of wood. Um, and man, it's like not just super functional, it's also pretty. It's like I put little things in this that didn't detract from the strength. Chucky loves knives. Watched The Revenant last night. Yeah, heck yeah, Revenant's awesome. Yeah, and that's like a thing. Um, I don't know. I just believe in making stuff like this. Stuff that I would trust my life with this in most situations. I have actually pried my car door open with this too when I lock my keys in my car. And of course, I've got the only kind of lock I can't pick. Um, because I just don't want to buy the tools for it. Because every time there's like 300 different, they're called Lishi lock tools. And there's like 300 different kinds of them. And I'm not buying all of them. But yeah. Careful, she's watching us. I love Rambo 3 knife, but mass production. Oh, I have a Rambo 3 knife, but mass production. Oh, that's cool. Heck yeah. Is that why your window was cracked? No. My window's not cracked. It's fine now. Beautiful knife. Oh, that window. Oh, you're talking about on my car. No, that was hit by a deer by the previous owner when the previous owner had it. It's a beautiful knife. It's perfect size. Yeah, absolutely. This thing's like made to be like an EDC slash like EDC in the woods. This is like my everything knife. If I only was allowed to own one knife that I've ever made, it'd be this one. It's like literally like made perfectly for my hand. You can kind of see the silhouette. It gets thin. It's thin up here and thin down here. Literally made to fit my hand perfectly. It locks in perfect. It's got this bump at the front, bump in the back. I love this thing, man. It's like, I don't know. The blade's not too long. You know, it's got like that nice range of like 4 to 6 inches. It's perfect for like outdoor bushcraft stuff. But yeah, I love this thing. It's like my mentality is like I want to put something that someone is proud to carry in their hands. Knife is really nice. Thank you. Love the last Rambo knife he made look like a midget machete. I haven't actually, I don't know if I've seen Rambo 3. I'll have to look up that knife. I think I might have seen it. Man, what is that guy's name who designs all those knives? Because the guy who designs the Rambo knives is actually a knife designer, a knife maker. I can't remember his name. Most like the original Rambo knife, everyone's had one of those crappy like plastic handled like survival knives that have like the crappy hollow handle and the big compass at the end. Um, there's only ever been a couple like hollow handled knives that were done all right. I've got one of them. It's the Schrade SEHF 2SM or the Schrade Extreme Survival Knife. It's the 1SM and 2SM. But those knives are really cool. It's like one of my first knives that I ever customized. Mine got stolen. Last one was kind of rough, but awesome. They're really good movies. Like the Rambo movies are really good for like. I like to put them on when I have to do a lot of sharpening on my knives. Like I'll get my knife collection out. Um, I'll throw on like a cheesy action movie, and just kind of like shut off. I really like the Expendables. I like the Rambo movies for it. They're just kind of like they're kind of cool. It's like that manly, like, yeah, stuff blowing up, I have a Benchmade switchblade with a seatbelt cutter. That's cool. That's cool. Um, uh, Folding knives and like those kinds of pocket knives aren't super for me. Benchmade's is definitely one of the big knife companies. But I'm a fixed blade guy through and through. The only knives I've ever broken where it was like one really big, poorly made a fixed blade. If bro would be interested, I've been in the market for a chef's knife. I have a set of whetstones I have not used yet because I haven't found the right one for me. Heck yeah, we could talk about that later, my guy. It's gonna be a while though. I mean, honestly, like I would be definitely interested. Let me get caught up on all the stuff I need to make. Because like I have like my giveaway knife I need to do. I have a sheath that I need to make for cameraman Joey. I have a knife for Benadryl hat posting, who's one of the repeat watchers. Not urgent. Cool. Yeah, good. Because it's not gonna happen soon. First knife was a Swiss Army knife I got in the Boy Scouts. Heck yeah, Swiss Army knives are awesome. That's like one of the old folding knives I own. I own like a little Swiss Army knife captain's model, and I got it on the way back from my bachelor party because I go camping with mead a lot, and I hardly ever remember to bring a corkscrew, so we usually have to like push the cork down through. And you like sprays your face with mead and stuff. MacGyver did 9 seasons with a Swiss Army knife. Heck yeah. But yeah, I own an Opinel number 4, which is like an old fashioned style folder. Um, I think they've been making them for like 200 years. I own a CRKT Fossil, which is like a big weird looking knife. Actually, I could go grab it real quick. Um, Hold on. The CRKT Fossil, which I got because it has some cool scales, and it looks pretty cool, and it's a decent blade. I mean, I don't carry this. I just really liked it aesthetically. Um, Definitely a little inspiring as a knife maker. You know, all those cool divots and stuff, all that. It's pretty cool. It's a decent looking knife. I really liked it style wise. I use trying to cut what? Hold on. 50-year plus old original Leatherman. In case I love Leatherman. I use the Leatherman Super Tool 300, and I've been rocking this exact one for like since 2012, I think. But yeah, she's well worn in. Uh, but yeah, a big believe. This is like the only. I always carry this in a flashlight, and typically a fixed blade. Like if I was going to show you my EDC, it'd be this. It'd be a through 1912 2016 edition Super Tool 300, and usually this knife. I have been rocking another knife that I made recently as a EDC, but that's my man, it's almost 10 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Those kids are past their bedtime. Yeah, I've heard a lot of CRKT knives are brittle. I mean, this guy's like, I mean, look at that tip. I mean, there's nothing there. There's nothing to it. Um, but like, and this is a huge weak point. It's cool. I use this one for opening cat food bags. That's the only thing I use this for. Um, and like other packaging and stuff. But it's cool looking. But like, would I use this every day? No. Have I used this every day? Absolutely not. I don't think I've ever even carried this. I think I carried it like 3 or 4 times when I first got it. But I appreciate the aesthetics of it. You know, it's definitely cool looking. Um, Throwing knives, yeah. But yeah, it's cool. It's very satisfying to open and close knives. I just never got into the folding knife thing. When I got really big into knives, it was from a place of like I was really big into survival and outdoors. That's what like all these totes and all this stack here is all survival stuff, and then a haunted doll or microwave. But it's all survival stuff. but uh, but yeah, why did I go off on that tangent? Oh yeah, I'm passionate about knives. Knives are cool. I want to make cool knives. I want to make good knives. Um, I use a knife like that to cut hot dogs, bass, and catfish. Yeah, heck yeah. I have a battle ready katana, whatever that means. Battle ready means that uh, it should be sharp, and it should be an actual steel. It should be actually functional as a sword. I think I own like two or three swords. Technically, this guy's a short sword. Like actual functional sharp edge. This is kind of like more of a machete, but this one I got from a friend a long time ago. But I don't use it for a whole lot. Then I've got like a little gladius somewhere, which I have not seen in years. It's probably in like storage or something. But I don't know where my big lock went. The one that I put all the other stuff on. But yeah, It has blood grooves. Oh, that sword, the one I just pulled out? No. Blood grooves is not a thing. That does not exist. That's a cool sounding misnomer. What those are actually called is fullers. And they're literally just to cut down on the weight of a knife. Yeah. But I know what you mean. But yeah, they're not really for that. It's literally like back in the day, it was to, if you were grinding them out, it would cut weight on knives, and it also makes it stronger. If you've got a particularly long blade and you forge in those little, like, because it's like half moon shaped or half circle shaped, kind of. It's kind of like a spot that comes in like that. It actually strengthens and makes the blade more rigid. Because you've got stuff like this little uh, uh, corn knife, cane machete type thing. It's flexible and it's made to be. But if you wanted a knife to stay rigid, you'd put that line in there. It helps keep that a little more less flexible. So if you have a knife that's particularly made for stabbing, you would have them in. But it's not. I've always heard like what is supposed to channel the blood down to keep it from getting on your thing, but get it on your hands and make it slick. But those lines lead to the handle. So that would, like, if that were true, it would channel it right to your hand. Yeah. Plus, it's like, why do you expect the blood to only go on that one spot? Yeah. I believed that for a long, long time. Because, you know, you hear everyone say, oh, the blood groove or the bloodline. Yeah. I'm drawing that doll with one of your knives in its hand, so you can't stop. I appreciate that. Maybe I'll make Talking Tina a permanent background whenever I'm at Mystic Forge indoors, because that's very funny to me. Maybe I will make her a sticker. That's funny. Putting up all these locks I picked, because I'm a cool lock picking guy. Yeah, my wife should be here any minute. Mystic Forge. Mrs. Forge ran away years ago. She'll be home any minute. Keep camera on doll. Do not trust her. Oh, oop-de poop. There goes my love. She's pulling around. She'll be here within the minute. So, you guys all have a really great night. Chucky seemed like a cool dude. Or lady, whatever. I don't know. You guys all have a good night. Make sure to subscribe. Like and subscribe and all that. I don't know when I'm going to be doing another live stream. Probably Saturday, maybe. I'm definitely going to be doing some filming on Saturday. But you guys all have a really good night. I really appreciate you hanging out with me, giving me your time. But I will definitely have a good time putting the kids to bed. Oh, yep, there's my wife. All right. All right. You guys all have a great night. Stay safe. Get out of the woods. And don't be haunted by a doll.